documentation of examination results, the examination of brand and tattoo marks on animals, microscopic individualization of tools and tool marks, physical matching, and under internal forensic ballistics, I received the following training: the functioning of firearm mechanisms during the firing process, the transfer of marks by the firearms to the cartridges, to the cartridge cases, as well as to the fired bullets, the burning rates of propellant powders. Under external forensic ballistics, I received the following training: the trajectory of the bullet from the muzzle of the firearm to the point of impact. Under terminal forensic ballistics, I received the following training: the wounding effect that the bullet has on tissue, that is called wound ballistics, the effect that the bullet has on the target, and the effect that the target has on the bullet. I attended the following symposia, conferences, and seminars. In 2006, I attended the 37th annual FT, which is an association of firearm and toolmark examiners, a training seminar which was held in Springfield, Massachusetts, in the United States of America, which comprised, amongst others, the following courses: the potential for errors in cartridge case identification, magazine marks and their meaning, Glock Amara's course. Then in July 2013, I attended the first National Forensic Service Conference, and in February 2014, I attended the second National Forensic Services Conference. Paragraph 2.8, I successfully attended the following courses. I received training on consecutive matching striations, which was presented by John Maddock and Bruce Moran. I also received training on shooting incident reconstruction, which was presented by Michael Maloney of Forensic Crime Laboratories. I obtained the following tertiary qualifications. I'm in possession of a BSc degree from the former Vista University, Port Elizabeth campus, with majors fundamental chemistry as well as applied chemistry, the degree which I attained in 1998. I visited the following firearm and ammunition factories to ascertain myself with the processes regarding manufacturing: Vector, Republic Arms, Pretoria Metal Pressing, known as PMP, New Generation Ammunition, Frontier Bullets, Truvelo, Swartklep, Somchem, and I received the following international training. I visited Leica Microsystems company in Germany to ascertain the manufacturing processes of my microscopes, and there I received the following training: instrument operations and basic maintenance of Leica comparison microscopes, basic problem solving on equipment, verification on calibration status, and LAS software operating and training. Under external ballistics training, I received the following training. During July to August 2002, I attended the course that was presented by the Federal Bureau of Investigation, known as the FBI of the United States of America, which comprised of the following: bullet trajectory reconstruction, techniques in firearms identification, gunpowder, and gunshot residue. I've successfully completed an external identification proficiency test, which was compiled by a collaborative testing services installing in the United States. The CTS test is test 2004 CTS 04-526, as well as 2008 CTS 08-527. I also visited the following animal identification mark manufacturers as well as tannery: SA Vet in Pretoria, Taltech in Bretts, and Oasis Tannery in Randfontein.
Yes, sir. And so far as on the 12th of August 2018, were you on duty?
12th of August.
Yeah.
You started a little bit ahead.
Sorry. Yes, you may proceed, sir.
I started dealing with this case on the 3rd of August.
Yes, proceed, sir.
Paragraph 3 of my first report. On the 3rd of August 2018, during the performance of my official duties, I received an intact sealed evidence bag with number PA 600-232-1818, which was marked inter alia Danzane case 06/08/2018. I received it from our case administration. I opened the seal bag and found the following exhibit. Paragraph 3.1, I found one fired cartridge case, which I marked as 282270/18A1. Your Worship, the 282270/18, it's our laboratory number, which is uniquely allocated to a specific case the moment it is registered on our system. So all the exhibits that come in, we use that laboratory number to mark them. Paragraph 4, the intention and the scope of this forensic examination comprise the following ballistics examination techniques: the identification and the examination of a fired cartridge case. Paragraph 5, I examined the cartridge case mentioned in paragraph 3.1 and found the cartridge case mentioned in 3.1 is of .223 Remington caliber, and it was manufactured or designed to be fired by a center fire firearm. I also found an ejector mark as well as an ejection port mark on the cartridge case mentioned in 3.1, which are consistent with the marks produced by either semi-automatic and or full automatic assault rifles. The conclusions arrived at were based on the facts that were established by means of an examination and the process which required a knowledge and skill in forensic ballistics. And after I examined the cartridge case, I acquired its image on the IBIS system. And then after I acquired its image on the IBIS system, on the 6th of August 2018, the exhibit mentioned in paragraph 3.1, which was marked 282270/18A1, was sealed in an evidence bag with number PA 6000601-582K, and it was filed in the case file with lab number 282270 of 18, Your Worship. Paragraph 8, during the performance of my official duties, the exhibit mentioned was for the purpose of its examination kept in my custody under lock and key from the 3rd of August 2018 until the 6th of August 2018. Thank you.
Yes, Your Worship. I see the witness is just coming through his stuff before I asked him.
I apologize, Your Worship. I was made to dismantle my docket this morning for copies, and now I could not get a proper stapler to handle everything. Your Worship, now I'm in the report marked lab 282270 of 18 in brackets. On top there, it's got 2 plus 3. That is my second report, Your Worship.
Just a minute. I just want to make sure all of us now have that particular document you're referring to in front of us. A?
A49.
A49.
A16.
Yes, that one I've got. You are covered? Thank you.
Thank you, Your Worship. I will start in paragraph 3, since paragraph 2 still deals with the qualifications and the training I have received, Your Worship. On the 12th of August 2018, during the performance of my official exhibits from Colonel Swart Boy of Mdantsane Detectives, which were sealed in the following evidence bags. Your Worship, it's quite a number of bags. Should I read all of them?
I haven't canvassed this with the counsel for accused number 1 and accused number 2, whether we should only deal with a matter that is relevant to this issue, if the court can determine that, or
Advocate Odes.
Also, as the number of says, he never discussed this with me. I leave it in this sense. I don't have an issue either way. I don't know what it is.
I did discuss it with my colleague. As you heard yesterday, this company has 200 plus firearms. If we're now going to go through every one of those firearms, we'll be here in 10 years' time. If my learned colleague could just concentrate on the firearm in question, that would save us a lot of time.
I wouldn't object to that.
Thank you, Advocate Odes, Advocate Matthews, Advocate Caesar.
Yes, the court pleases. Kan Wadleka?
Your Worship, in that case, if we are going to deal with only the firearms that is relevant to the case, then I would advise that we rather leave the report that has got 2+3, because, Your Worship, that report, I received a batch of firearms, which I examined just for the purpose of making sure that they were in working order and they are indeed firearms. Otherwise, they had absolutely no linkage to the cartridge case that I had received, all of them. So that is why, Your Worship, I suggest that we carry on to the report that has got a 4 in brackets next to the laboratory number on top.
It will be marked A50, Your Worship.
Paragraph 3 of this report, Your Worship. On the 18th of August, 2018, during the performance of my official duties, I received the following exhibits from Colonel Swartboy of Mdantsane Detectives, which were sealed in the following seal bags, and they were all marked Mdantsane case 06 of 8, 2018. I will also go through a lot of bag numbers, sealed and resealed, Your Worship. I don't know if the court is okay with me going through all these numbers. An indication is I have to go through, Your Worship, all these numbers. The first bag was sealed with number PAR 000238253. The second one was PAR 000238254. The third one was PAR 000238261. The fourth one was PAR 000238262. The fifth was PAR 000238256. Sixth, PAR 000238252. 7, PAR 000238260. Number 8, PAR 000238259. Number 9, PAR 000238255. Number 10, PAR 000238263. Number 11, PAR 000238257. Number 12, PAR 000238264. Number 13, PAR 000238258. And number 14 was PAR 000238251. Paragraph 3.1. On the 19th of August 2018, during the performance of my official duties, I handed over these exhibits in sealed evidence bags, as mentioned in paragraph 3 above, to Warrant Officer P.R. Becker of Eastern Cape Provincial Crime Scene Investigation for fingerprint examination. Then, on the same day, paragraph 3.2, During the performance of my official duties, I received back the exhibits mentioned in paragraph 3, resealed as follows. The one which was sealed in PAR 000238253 was now resealed in PAR 000125235. The one originally sealed in PAR 000238254 was now resealed in PAR 000125237 $. And the one which was sealed in PAR 000238261 was resealed in PAR 000125239 and a plus sign. The one which was sealed in PAR 000238262 was now resealed in PAR 000125240X. The one which was sealed in PAR 000238256 was now resealed in PAR 000125242Z. The one which was sealed in PAR 000238252 was now resealed in PAR 000125243-. The one which was sealed in PAR 000238260 was now resealed in PAR 000125244.1, which was sealed in PAR 000238259 was now resealed in PAR 000125245. The one which was sealed in PAR 000238255 was now resealed in PAR 000125246 $. The one which was sealed in PAR 000238263 was now resealed in PAR 000125247 /. The one which was sealed in PAR 000238257 was now resealed in PAR 000125248 plus. The one which was sealed in PAR 000238264 was now resealed in PAR 000125249%. The one which was sealed in PAR 000238258 was now resealed in PAR 000125250Y. And the one which was sealed in PAR 000238251 was now resealed in PAR 000125251Z. And all the new evidence bags were marked Mtanzane, case 6/08/2008. Paragraph 3.3. On the 20th of August 2018, I handed over the new sealed evidence bags mentioned in paragraph 3.2 to our admin clerk Silangwe at the Forensic Science Laboratory, Eastern Cape, case reception, for them to be registered on our FSL admin system, as well as for the PCAM registration. All these exhibits were registered in my presence, and I received them back immediately after the registration was completed. Paragraph 4. On the 20th of July, Your Worship, on the 20th of August 2018, during the performance of my official duties, I opened the new sealed evidence bags and found the following exhibit or exhibits. In sealed evidence bag with number PAR 0001252447 with the front slash, I found one 5.56 by 45 millimeter caliber dash prod model SAR M14 assault rifle with serial number AE 485632 without the magazine. As I also found an opened evidence bag with number PAR 000238-263. Paragraph 4.2, in sealed evidence bag with number PAR 000125-246, I found one 5.56 by 45 millimeter caliber Norinco model CQ-A assault rifle with serial number CN SPA 247-14 without magazine.
Yeah, my apologies, Colonel Wadleka. Before you proceed, Your Worship, I received from an indication from counsel for accused number 2 at least to ask if we can go to the relevant particular firearms instead of the witness mentioning all the number of firearms, which is quite many in this regard in this report. I just want the court to confirm if that is indeed the case, because it was a hand sign. I think I interpreted that correctly.
Yes.
Advocate Matthews.
Paragraph 4.14 as far as I'm concerned. Without having to read all the relevant firearms that were received and opened in bag.
If the state is comfortable with that, I have no problem. I won't know until I hear, so the state may decide which route they wish to follow. Advocate Caesar?
The same in respect of counsel number 1 as well.
I'll hear from Advocate Odes. Thank you.
Thank you, Your Worship.
Thank you, Mr. Malik.
Paragraph 4.14. In sealed evidence bag with number PAR 000125-242Z, I found one 5.56 by 45 millimeter caliber Norinco model CQ-A assault rifle with serial number CN SPA 249-14 and without a magazine. I also found one opened evidence bag with number PAR 000238-256, Your Worship. Then in paragraph 5, on the 20th of August, 2018, during the performance of my official duties, I received in the case file with lab 282270/18 an evidence bag with number PA 60006015680. I opened the bag and found the following exhibits. 1.223 Remington caliber fired cartridge case marked 282270/18A1. The very first cartridge case that I received, Your Worship, in respect to this. 18 5.56 by 45 millimeter caliber fired test cartridge cases marked 117 TC1 to TC2 812, TC1 to TC2. Your Worship, these tests are the tests that I fired in the whole batch, the very first batch that I received of firearms. I don't know if it's relevant to read all of them. The one that we skipped.
It appears from counsel from accused number 1 and accused number 2 that we go straight to the relevant issues. Yes, sir.
Yes, yes, we have the reports. We have no objection to having them. If we've got an issue, we'll take it up in cross-examination. But I have no objection to proceeding on this.
Just to prevent a situation where we may reach the point. I'm not anticipating that the state didn't lead evidence which they should have. It is now time for the tea adjournment, so maybe Advocate Caesar may canvass this fully and then proceed. I note what you said. He may just then make an informed decision, and if we can skip all the irrelevant readings, that would be On resumption then of Article 446 of 20, all parties ready to proceed? Thank you. Thank you.
Yes, Your
Advocate Caesar, thank you.
Yes, Your
Colonel, you're reminded that you are still under oath in this matter. Thank you.
Your Worship, before I continue asking the witness questions, may counsel for accused number 1 and accused number 2 just confirm what exactly we have discussed and what is not an issue.
Advocate Otis.
Your Worship, it's exactly as I said. My learned friend may hand up the report as exhibits. If we take issue with any paragraphs that weren't even referred to by the witness, then we will cross-examine him on it. But there's no need to read every word of the report, so to confirm exactly what I said earlier.
I confirm that, Your Worship.
Thank you, Advocate Caesar.
Now, Colonel Ngwadleka, it's common cause that you have received a number of firearms which you've tested. Can you just go straight to the one that is relevant, and so far as the cartridge case is concerned, relevant to this particular case?
Thank you, Your Worship. As I mentioned earlier, paragraph 4.14 of my report, which has got a 4 next to the laboratory number on top. In paragraph 4.14, in sealed evidence bag with number PAR 125242Z, I found 5.56 by 45 millimeter caliber Norinco model CQA model CQ-A assault rifle with serial number CN SPA 249-14 and without a magazine. I also found one opened evidence bag with number PAR 000238-256 dot. Then on the 20th of August 2018, during the performance of my official duties, I received in the case file with lab 282270/18 an evidence bag with number PA 60006015680. I opened the bag and found the following exhibits. Paragraph 5.1, 1.22 Remington caliber fired cartridge case marked 282270/18A1, which is the cartridge case that I received for the very first time in respect to this case, Your Worship. The exhibits mentioned in paragraph 5.2 to 5.4 relate to the tests that I fired from the very first batch of firearms that I had received. So I'm not sure, Your Worship, if I should also go through all of them. They relate to the tests as well as the cartridges that I sampled from the ammunition that was submitted together with the firearms.
It's not necessary. You may just go straight to your test insofar as the relevant firearm and the relevant ballistic or the spent cartridge, sorry.
Then in paragraph 6, the intention and the scope of this forensic examination comprises of the following ballistics techniques: microscopic individualization of fired cartridge cases and firearm mechanism examination. Then in paragraph 7, I examined and tested all the rifles received in paragraph 4 and found The assault rifles, as well as the bolt-action rifle, received in paragraph 4.1 to 4.14, function normally without any obvious defects. Then paragraph 7.2, I shot tests with those rifles marked as mentioned in paragraph 7.2 in all those rifles. I don't know if I should go through all of the tests.
If you can just briefly state what does this test entail?
After examination of a firearm, to ensure that the firearm is in complete working order, you examine it and you check the operability of the firearm, and once you've checked the operability of the firearm, then you fire tests to complete your examination. So these are the tests that I fired through all those rifles that I had received.
No, I think you may skip the specific tests.
Then, paragraph 8, I examined and tested the mechanisms of the assault rifles mentioned in paragraph 4.1.1, 4.2.1, 4.3.1, 4.4.1, 4.5.1, 4.6.1, 4.7.1, 4.8.1, 4.9.1, 4.10.1, 4.12.1, 4.13.1, and 4.14.1, and found them to be self-loading, but not capable of discharging more than one shot with a single depression of the trigger. I also found that these devices were manufactured or designed to discharge center fire ammunition. Then in paragraph 9, I examined and tested the mechanism of the bolt-action rifle, which was mentioned in 4.11.1, and found that device was manufactured or designed to discharge center fire ammunition. Then in paragraph 10, I examined the cartridge cases mentioned in 5.1 and 7.2, that is the tests mentioned in 7.2, as well as against the exhibit, which is mentioned in 5.1, and compared the individual and class characteristic markings that were transferred to that particular cartridge cases by firearm components during the firing process. And I used a comparison microscope and found the fired cartridge case mentioned in paragraph 5.1, which was marked 282270/18A1, was fired in the firearm mentioned in paragraph 4.14.1. Paragraph 11, the conclusions arrived at were based on the facts established by means of an examination in the process, which require a knowledge and skill in forensic ballistics. Your Worship, paragraph 12 deals with the dispatching of those exhibits after the examination. I'm not sure if I should go through all of them.
Now, in brief, what happens after these tests were conducted and a conclusion is made? What will happen to the exhibits?
After I finished with my examination, the exhibit firearms were sealed in different seal bags as batches, and then they were handed over to a Sergeant Mkhatali of Mdantsane Detectives on the 24th of August 2018. And the exhibits and the tests mentioned in paragraph 5.1 to 5.4, as well as the tests mentioned in paragraph 7.2, marked as per those paragraphs, were sealed in an evidence bag with number PA 6001-5680, and they were filed in my case file, Your Worship. Then, paragraph 13. During the performance of my official duties, the exhibits and the tests mentioned were, for the purpose of their examination, kept in my custody under lock and key from the 18th of August 2018 until the 24th of August 2018, when I handed them to Sergeant Katali, Your Worship. Your Worship, that is the end of the report in relation to the cartridge case and the firearm.
Can we go to the A6, the one marked A6? The report. Not A6, we marked it, just 6.
6.
Yes.
Yes.
Yes, it's
The report marked.
It's got a 6, Your Worship, next to the laboratory number, which is handwritten. It's one of those that were copied this morning, Your Worship.
Oh, okay, I'm there. Are you on the correct document, Advocate Odes, Advocate Matthews?
I received it for the first time today.
It starts with lab the same, and it says the first page of the heading is A13, and then the following page next to the lab number in brackets is handwritten 6. Have you got it, Advocate Matthews?
I've got it, Julius.
Ms. Scarlett's an extra copy, if she can be so kind to give it to the instructing attorney for use number 1.
Okay. Advocate Collins is the instructing attorney to give it to Advocate Matthews.
Use number 2, I think.
So you're supposed to hand it to who?
Apparently they are sorted. Thank you.
They were sorted out. There's an extra copy that went to the one attorney, meant for the other attorney. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Your Worship. In the report that has got number 6 written by hand in brackets next to the laboratory number, again, Your Worship, the qualifications and the training is still the same. I will start in paragraph 3. On the 7th of November, 2018, during the performance of my official duties, I received a request from Advocate Smith of Grahamstown, DPP, to give an opinion regarding the serial number which was found on the breech block of the rifle with serial number CN SPA 249-14, which was one of the rifles that were examined on the 29th of August 2018. Paragraph 4, the intention and the scope of this forensic examination comprise of the following ballistic techniques: firearm mechanism examination. Paragraph 5, during the examination of the above mentioned rifle, serial number 2423 was found on the breech block of that firearm. The number did not correspond with any of the serial numbers of all the rifles that were examined under Lab 282270 of 18, Tanzania Case 06 of 8, 2018. The following serial numbers were also found on the breech blocks of the other rifles. The rifle with serial number DSG 120104 had a number 0104 on its breech block. The rifle with serial number DSG 120136 had the number 0136 on its breech block. And the rifle with serial number CN SPA 249-14 had the number 2423 on its breech block. The numbers on the breech blocks of the rifles mentioned in 5.1 and 5.2 are consistent with the last 4 digits of the serial number of each rifle, while the number on the breech block of the rifle mentioned in 5.3 does not correspond with the last 4 digits of the serial number of that rifle. Furthermore, the rifles with serial number starting with DSG had barrels that were about 100 millimeters longer than the models with the serial numbers starting with CN SPA. And the rest of the rifles with serial numbers starting with CN SPA had no markings or numbers on their breech blocks, except for the one that was mentioned in paragraph 5.3. Paragraph 6. At that point, no photos or video recordings were received at the Eastern Cape ballistic section, and therefore I cannot give an opinion on that. Furthermore, even if I had received the sound of video recording, I would not be able to analyze it because we do not have such equipment and I do not have training to do such analysis. Paragraph 7, the conclusions arrived at were based on facts established by means of an examination and the process which require a knowledge and skill in forensic ballistics. That's the end of that report, Your Worship.
Mr. Colonel Wadeka, just before you proceed, what is a breech block of a firearm?
It's one part of the firearm, Your Worship, that will carry the breech face as well as the firing pin of that particular firearm. It's a supporting structure of that particular cartridge when it is fed into the chamber. Your Worship, It is a supporting structure of a cartridge inside the chamber, and it also houses the firing pin of the firearm.
Let me just finish this sentence. Otherwise I'm going to have to repeat. Yes.
The supporting structure of the cartridge when it is fed into the chamber.
Okay, supporting structure of a cartridge when it is
fed into the chamber.
When fed into the chamber. Got that? You confirm, yes. And then you continued to say when I asked you the cartridge inside the chamber and also houses the firing, and that's where
Firing pin, Your Worship.
firing pin. Thank you.
Yes.
Your Worship, when a firearm is cocked, the breech block, as you pull it back, on its way forward, once you release it, because it's got a retention spring.
Just, Mr. Gwaleka, just a little bit slower with regard to this part of the evidence.
Yes.
Yes, sir.
Since, Your Worship, it's got a retention spring, a retention spring, on its way forward, it will trip a cartridge from the magazine and feed it into the chamber of the firearm and then support the back of that cartridge.
Mr. Gwaleka, the magistrate is writing still. So, and I'm also trying to note what you and try to follow what you are saying. Yes.
So I memorize what you say and then write. So if it continues, then when advocacy is interrupted, since it has a retention spring on its way forward, it will trip a cartridge into, and then if you can
And feed it into the chamber.
It's on its way forward, it will trip a cartridge from the magazine
yes,
into the chamber of the firearm and feed it forward.
you confirm that's correct. That's also what I was writing. Correct. Thank you. Thank you, Advocate Odes. I'm no firearm expert, so I need to hear all. So just if it's not in the report, I need to keep up. Okay.
But you also, I think that they should explain. When you cock the firearm, you pull the breech back, and that's what is explained. Then this lifts the first round up into the chamber.
Into
that's
the
what is
chamber.
explained because of the spring.
I understand that part now.
That's correct.
Okay. Thank you.
As I mentioned, Your Worship, that this breech block also houses the firing pin. Now, a trigger pull will release the hammer if the firearm has a hammer, but if it's a striker system, then it will just release the retention spring that is holding the firing pin in the back. Then once that hammer falls onto the firing pin, Your Worship, the firing pin in turn will hit the primer of the cartridge. the priming compound in the primer explodes and ignites the propellant inside that cartridge. Then, Your Worship, the propellant is burned and is transformed into gas at extreme high pressure and high temperatures. Now, with too much gas inside this cartridge, the gas wants to escape, and the breech face of this breech block supports the back of the cartridge. And the sides of the chamber support the sides of the cartridge. The chamber itself supports the sides of the cartridge. Now, since, Your Worship, this gas wants to escape in all directions, the cartridge case will be slammed against the breech block, and it will also expand a little bit into the chamber, and thus taking the marks from these particular areas. Even the firing pin, when it had hit the cartridge, the primer of the cartridge, it also left its own mark on that cartridge. Your Worship, now the only thing that is not supported, it's a bullet, because it is just fitted and tightly. So this gas pushes the bullet down the barrel towards the target. That's the firing process, Your Worship.
Now, what was the purpose of Advocate Smith's request insofar as the particular serial number was concerned and to be investigated?
Your Worship, when I was doing the comparison between my tests and the exhibit that I had received, I found that the breech face marks and the firing pin marks were negative with the firearm. But since it is our standard procedure that you check all the marks, the firearm leaves about 5 sets of marks. It will leave a breech face, a firing pin mark, a chamber mark, an extractor mark, as well as the ejector mark. Those are mostly self-loading firearms that leave all those types of marks. Non-self-loading firearms, there will be some that are missing, like the extractor and the ejector, because you have to eject manually. You have to extract and eject manually. So now, for me, the breech face and the firing pin were negative. But as I continued looking into other marks, then I found that the neck, which is part of the chamber, since this type of a cartridge is a bottleneck, so I found that the neck marks were consistent with the firearm, not only in one position, but in different positions. I did compile a court charts in relation to that, Your Worship, and submitted them to the investigating officer. Your Worship, that is not the first time that had happened. So it raised curiosity as to I must examine this firearm further. And then during this further examination, that's when I also picked up that there is a number on the breech block of this particular firearm. With experience regarding Norinco firearms, because Norinco is a Chinese and they are the most found in the streets. With experience with Norinco firearms, I know that most of the time, loose parts, Norinco will mark them if they have to mark them with some digits of the serial number of that particular firearm. And the marking on this particular one, the marking on the breech block, did not correspond with the actual firearm.
What will cause that if it doesn't correspond with the firearm?
Your Worship, I tested the interchangeability between the parts. Then I picked up that these parts are interchangeable. The models that start with that have a serial number starting with the DSG, their parts can be interchanged with these ones with the serial number that starts with a CNSPA. I even went further because we've got a Colt AR-15 rifle. I found that the breech block of that Colt AR-15 rifle can also fit in any of these, simply. Your Worship, it happens not once. We do come across such things, especially sometimes it's the police that were in training, and part of their training, they have to disassemble firearms, and they end up with wrong parts sometimes. So I can't say the real purpose as to why.
If the breech block was changed, would it affect the purpose or your examination? Does it affect it at all if it's changed?
I don't understand the question.
If the bridge block is changed, or whatever part is changed that you are explaining now, does it affect the outcome if should you have conducted this examination on a particular firearm?
It did not affect the outcome as per se, because despite the bridge block not belonging to this particular firearm, but the firearm was working perfectly, and I was still able to link the cartridge case I had received with this particular firearm. On the 5th of April, 2019, during the performance of my official duties, I received an intact evidence bag with number PAD 0011 86225, marked Mdantsane case 06 of 8, 2018, from case administration of the ballistics section. I opened the bag and found the following exhibits. I found a sealed evidence bag with number FSC 688206, which in turn contained another sealed evidence bag with number PA 600370259, which contained one CD marked T190/1, as well as Mdantsane 6/8/2008. And then again, one CD marked T190/2 and Mdantsane case 06/08/2008. Also received one sealed evidence bag with number PA 600370253, which in turn contained one CD marked C19 enhanced audio. That was the marking. Photo album mentioned in 3.2, I found 24 photos marked pick 1 till picked 24. After examination of the still photos in the CDs and the photo album mentioned in paragraph 3.1.1.1, 3.1.1.2, 3.1.2.1, and 3.2, the following conclusions were made. I could not determine the identity of the person as well as the object the person was carrying in these CDs photos, mentioned in 3.1.1.1, 3.1.1.2, as well as in the photo album mentioned in 3.2. No video footage and or sound or audio analysis was performed on these CDs mentioned in 3.1.1.1, 3.1.1.2, and 3.1.2.1, as I am not trained in video footage and audio analysis. Paragraph 7, the conclusions arrived at were based on facts established by means of examination and the process which require a skill and knowledge in forensic ballistics. That's the end of the report, Your Worship.
What did you look at the video footage? What was the video footage all about? Did you view the video footage?
I viewed the video footage, but the video footage was very blurry for me, and I could not do any analysis because I'm not trained to do it.
What was the request? What was the request for you to do with that video footage?
Your Worship, I was requested to examine the video footage and the still photos with the purpose of identifying the person and the object on the video footage and still photos. But as I mentioned in my report, I am not trained to do that, so I didn't do it.
The spent cartridge that was tested, do you have it with you today?
Yes, Your Worship.
Is it
here? Should I take it out?
Yes, please.
Should I take out the exhibit cartridge case only?
Yes.
No, Your Worship. Since I had to do a preparation,
Yes.
I opened the sealed bags. So the docket, since I have started with the case, it's always been in my lock and key care.
Thank you.
Since 2018, 3rd of August. Then this is the one that was received.
I'm sorry, the camera is blocking my view, so I can't see. For what it's worth. Thank you. Closer view to the defense.
I'm going to hand it back and we'll look at it during the lunch adjournment.
I just remember to sanitize since it's gone down the chain. You may just keep it safely there for when it's needed again.
Yes.
We mark it exhibit 1.
Advocate Holders indicated he wanted to peruse it or have a look again during lunch.
Nevertheless, can we...
Then I'll mark it after everyone's confirmed they're satisfied in viewing the object.
I've noticed there's something written on the cartridge case. What is that?
Your Worship, that is my marking, the laboratory number, as well as A1. As it is mentioned in my report, that I marked it with the laboratory number and A1 immediately when I received it.
I also noticed there's some indent or punched letters in there at the back of the yes. What is it? RE. I couldn't see properly. It looks like REM 223.
Your Worship, that is the caliber of the cartridge. It's written .223 REM, which is a 223 Remington cartridge. Yes.
The cartridge as it is that how it is, like in a pure form, or is that how a bullet supposed to look?
Your Worship, there is a difference between a cartridge and a cartridge case. This is a cartridge case. And I brought a cartridge, Your Worship, to just show that this is a cartridge. If I can just show the card. This is a cartridge. It's the whole thing before it is fired. It's the cartridge. Then once it is fired, or once it is separated, the two, and as well as the propellant, then it's a cartridge case. So I received a cartridge case, not a cartridge.
So the cartridge case become a cartridge once it's been fired. Or I just want to, the
Other way around.
The cartridge, once it's been fired or separated, then the empty dopey is the cartridge case. So this cartridge, for example, is a 5.56 by 45 millimeters. That is, the cartridge case length is 45 millimeters. It's designed to be discharged in a 5.56 by 45 millimeter caliber firearm or .223 Remington, because the dimensions of the two are exactly the same.
The SPA 249 firearm, what type of firearm is that?
It's a semi-automatic assault rifle, Your Worship.
Was it designed to fire that type of bullet?
The one that I received, Your
Yes.
Worship, yes. It was designed to fire 223 Remington and 5.56 by 45, which is the same.
You said you have prepared a core chart with photographs to basically explain how you came to your conclusion. Is that correct?
Yes, Your Worship, I did prepare core charts to show exactly where the marks were found and how the marks looked like. if you look in my court charts, there are two images. There is a straight line going down in each one. There's one on the left and there's one on the right. On the comparison microscope, I put the exhibit cartridge case which I had received on the left of the object stages of the comparison microscope, and then I put the test which I fired using that particular firearm. And then I was able to compare, to do a comparison between the two. And that is what I found, Your Worships. So my court charts depict different areas around the neck where I found marks that could be linked to the particular firearm.
Now, just going to educate me with the fingerprints. I know you need like certain points and markings and so on. You need a number, a specific number of points to say that it's a match or it does not match. Is it the same with firearms and cartridge cases?
No, not exactly, Your Worship. With firearms, one can find a mark that is nicely identifiable. However, all other marks must orientate with that particular mark, especially if you find one mark. But in my case, I found different marks around the neck. All other marks must orientate. For example, if you find this one mark on the neck, as I mentioned, when you flip up, because when you check them, they are slants on a horizontal platform, sort of. But when you flip them up to a vertical platform position, all the other marks that you will see on this side must exactly be in the same position on the other side as well. Then that is orientation.
Is that what you found in this particular case with regard to this firearm?
In this particular case, Your Worship, I found different marks in the same neck. As I'm rolling the neck, the cartridges were on a horizontal position, both of them, the cartridge cases. Then as I'm rolling, I found marks as I was rolling. The one mark that was used for orientation was an ejection port mark.
You referred earlier to a 9-meter parabellum and a 9-meter, if I could put it, Glock. That's all semi-automatic firearms. Is that correct? The Glocks and the parabellums. Is that semi-automatic firearms? I'm just asking you as a, not about this specific case.
The parabellum, Your Worship, it's not always fired in a semi-automatic firearm. It can be a non-automatic firearm. But the bottom line is the firearm needs to be manufactured and designed to discharge a specific cartridge.
This firearm, the SPA 249, how many shots can it fire?
Your Worship, there was no request on that issue, so I did not, because the firearm came without a magazine.
Yes.
And then I did not test how many shots it can fire. I don't know if I'm getting the question correctly, because maybe it might mean the lifespan of the firearm, or it might mean the magazine, how many shots the magazine, how many cartridges its magazine can carry.
Yes, that's actually how many cartridges can its magazine carry, would you be able to say?
No, Your Worship. Unfortunately, I did not receive the magazine with this firearm.
Let's say the normal police firearms that you see, how many cartridges do you know? Can its...
The Z88,
yes,
Your Worship, usually carries 15 rounds, the magazine itself. But if you've got a one-up, then you can have 16.
So it's a maximum of 16.
The one-up meaning you load, you cock, you've got one in the chamber ready, and then you fill your magazine.
Thank you.
Then you can have 16. But the magazine itself, it's usually 15. Your Worship.
Just lastly, the number of firearms that you received, that you ought to have tested on that for this particular case. Did all the serial numbers with each other correspond with each other? Was it the same serial numbers that I used just to identify a particular? Can I ask you, how do you identify a particular firearm from the batches that you've received?
Your Worship, all these firearms had serial numbers, unique serial numbers for each firearm. And they could all be identified easily with their serial numbers. None of them was tampered with in terms of their serial numbers.
Lastly, you've compiled a video, or you participated in a video. What was the purpose of doing that?
Your Worship, there were 2 videos that I participated in. The first one was for the purpose of establishing the muzzle flash of the particular rifle. And the second one was for the purpose of establishing the ejection pattern of that rifle.
Mind explaining this muzzle flash and ejection for us?
Your Worship, the muzzle flash, when one discharges a firearm, as the bullet leaves the muzzle, of the firearm, there is some blast, some kind of light, which is caused by the burning of the propellant, the gases that are pushing that bullet. Some of that propellant is not completely burned as the bullet leaves the barrel. So as that bullet leaves the barrel, then those propellants still burning, those gases, poof, that is the visible light that is created within the vicinity of the barrel as the bullet leaves the muzzle. With the ejection pattern, the primary aim is to determine how far and which direction does a particular firearm throw the empty cartridges to.
Colonel, just for me that really doesn't understand firearms and so on, we have the video present here. If you can just watch it, which will be able to explain so it can make more sense to me, if you don't mind.
Comfortable with that, Advocate Odes? Advocate Matthews? I understand correctly that is mere testing.
That's correct.
No problem. Don't know if everyone can see and if you want some of the lights to be dimmed.
Conducting more tests of Tanzania case 06 of 8/2018. I am going to use the same firearm that was provided to me, which is an Oringo Model C2 with serial number CN SPA 249-14. Here we are going to shoot into the air. However, we have made a makeshift backstop since it is not allowed to shoot into the air. Here, the backstop will stop all the bullets that will be shot here. I will be standing from this point since the primary aim of the shooting is to determine how far the empty cartridge cases will be ejected from the firearm. Firearm is empty, make it safe, and it's nice and safe.
Colonel, I don't want to assume what was the purpose of making that video.
Your Worship, this one, the purpose was to determine the ejection pattern of that particular firearm, how far it will throw and to which direction empty cartridge cases.
Were you able to determine that?
Yes, Your Worship. Your Worship, I determined that the firearm throws, I just need to find the correct report. Can you bear with me, Your Worship? I just need
Worship, it's his report number 9 marked A133. It's the one that's got a 9 at the top. A133, report number 9.
yes. The thing is, they were dismantled. The whole project was dismantled for the purpose of making photographs. Your Worship, I found that the firearm ejects to an approximate an average distance of 2.5 meters to your right and 1.2 meters to your left. So more or less towards your back. It's an average.
Anything else that you determined from this exercise?
The primary aim of this exercise, Your Worship, was only to determine the ejection pattern.
You also said on the video that you were experiencing a stoppage. What does that mean with that specific firearm?
Your Worship, the firearm gave me a bit of a problem, like it's sort of jammed when I wanted to shoot rapid fire with it. But when we examined the firearm, we found that it was a bit dry.
Dry.
Yes, Your Worship.
The firearm on the video footage, is that the same firearm which you've linked to the cartridge, or did you use a different firearm?
Your Worship, I used the exact firearm that was received and the one that had discharged the fired cartridge case that I received.
That's the SPA 249, is that correct?
That's correct, Your Worship.
Why did you use this specific area to do such a test?
Your Worship, that is an outdoor shooting range that we usually have an agreement with the owner of when we need to shoot specific tests that need an open area, because the normal shooting range that we use, it's an indoor shooting range. Therefore, there is a restriction in terms of the space in the indoor shooting range. So we needed an outdoor shooting range so that if it has to throw them 50 meters, then it will throw them 50 meters.
I also noticed that you've used the firearm in a specific angle. Why specifically up? I think you shoot, from what I can see, you're shooting up towards the air.
The instruction was Your Worship, I must shoot in the air. So that's why I made a makeshift backstopper, because when I mentioned that it is not allowed to shoot in the air, then I also offered that we could make a makeshift backstopper.
For what purpose is that?
The backstopper, we need, when you shoot, you must know where that bullet is going to end. You don't just shoot just for the sake of shooting.
In other words, Emma, is there anything coming down?
Depending on the type of a firearm.
That's the measurements, 2.5 on your right, 1.2 on your left. That was the measurements you established there of the cartridge. The measurements you've already placed on record regarding the spent cartridge.
It was 2.5 meters to the right
and 1.2 to your left. Yes.
This particular firearm, I think it's going to become relevant later. That is it the one with the fold-up butt, the rifle, or is it one that you push in? The firearm, I think, is the back of the firearm. Did you check that?
It's not fold like this. Yes. It's just a little bit extension and retraction. Okay. Just a little bit, not that much. Unlike some R5 rifles where you can just fold it completely, the back, the butt.
Colonel, we're going to play you the second video at this stage.
And to view, feel free to do so. No, the people in the gallery are moving to the side to see, so I'm just telling them it's fine to do so. All right, let's go.
The time is now 10:36 in the morning. I'm Warrant Officer Becker, 0444-340-3. I'm here in the basement of the Forensic Science Laboratory Ballistics Section in North End, Port Elizabeth. I'm making the recording on a Sony Handycam at a distance of 2.3 meters from the shooter.
I'm Lieutenant Colonel Wadeka from the Ballistics Section. We are doing tests with the purpose of recording the muzzle flash. I will be shooting in the backstopper here, which is the safe place that we use in the our shooting range.
The muzzle flash, I think that was visible to all. Look at Matthews.
Yes, no, I've seen.
Thank you.
Thank you. Does it make that, I don't know what to call it, is it fire? What was the purpose of this, if I can ask you that?
Your Worship, I was requested to make a video where I would be shooting that particular firearm in a controlled environment with the purpose of recording the muzzle flash of that firearm. I was not going to analyze the muzzle flash itself. The purpose was just to record it.
The sound that of the firearm that was made in the first video, is that the normal sound when you fire a firearm like that? Bishop, I know that this is going to be, I don't know whether this is the opportune time. It has been discussed. The firearm is present. I would want the witness to just identify the firearm, if that's indeed the firearm that he tested with that.
I've no objection to provided it's safe.
It is safe, Your Worship. It has been.
Who is in possession of the said firearm?
Witness Captain Swart, yes, the one that testified about, and I always present.
Right. Comfortable, Advocate Matthews? All right. Okay, the record will reflect the sealed firearm.
This one is what is that? Is there some people that think it's a clown? Some? And saying it's a clown.
Just before we proceed now, please, sorry, the gallery.
18.
Thank you.
Inside this, Your Worship, seal bag, without even opening it, I can see that this is the Norinco Model CQ-A semi-automatic rifle, which is 5.56 by 45 millimeter in caliber, and it's got a serial number CN SPA 249-14.
And you're confident that's the same firearm that matched that cartridge case?
That's correct, Your Worship.
Thank you, Worship. I've got no further questions for the witness.
Can I hand it back, Your Worship?
Your Worship.
Time for the lunch adjournment. I don't think you want to start cross-examination at this point, Advocate Odes. We still have 6 minutes, but I don't know if you want to start and stop.
Take your adjournment. You can start off the lunch.
Your Worship, this policeman who has just walked past us has issued a threat to me. He says he wants to see me belittle him when there are no TV cameras. There's no intention to belittle anybody. But I also don't take lightly to be threatened by anybody, especially not a policeman.
Your Worship, that was also the case when he came out earlier. He made some comments about clowns. That's when the gallery reacted. I don't know what his problem is, but he should explain himself, Your Worship.
All right, I'm sorry, I didn't hear what was said
fairness,
because of the noise.
In fairness, maybe it's because I made the joke.
I
That
think the joke was misunderstood, but regarding the comment, I apologize. I did not hear because of the noise, then it's why I asked, please, I can't hear. Surely the record will reflect. And if you wish to pursue it further, you can just inform me at 2 o'clock. Who's going to? The matter will stand down. Maybe we can switch the air cons on and then the temperatures will cool down. Thank you. Court will adjourn. All parties ready? Can we? Oh, I see we are back on record. Parties ready to proceed? If you can just give me 1 second, Advocate Otis, I just want to open up on my last notes and on the chart sheet. Thank you. Then cross-examination.
Bishop, I don't know about Joseph. I've got everything in a mismanaged manner. So through the witness, I just want to organize the papers that are handed up in the file.
Certainly. I'll also follow, then I'll know which sequence you follow.
Colonel, as I understand, and we'll go through it, you've made 10 statements in this matter. Is that correct? We'll go through them. I'll take you through it, sir. The first one is it wasn't marked number 1, but it's A16 in the docket. It's your statement from the 3rd of August 2018 to the 6th of August 2018. It's at the bottom, page 1 of 4, and you'll see that you sign it on the 6th of August 2018. That's your first statement, you agree. I know they took your file apart. So I'm trying to put in some type of orders that we're all on the same page.
Your Worship, the actual number of statements made, 8. The reason why you see the last one having a 10 in the bracket is because number 1, number plus number 2 were combined into one statement. Number 2, number 3.
2 and number 3, yes.
Number 2 and number 3 were combined into one statement. And there is no number 7.
I think there is. I'll show you. I think that they've left out. But if we can go, so the first statement that you made would be A16 in the docket. It's a 4-page statement, covered the period 3rd of August to 6th of August 2018. Your first receipt of the exhibit, and it's signed by you on the 6th of August 2018. Would you confirm that?
That's correct, Your Worship.
The next statement, as you've told the court, it was somehow numbered 2 and 3. You see it at the top. It's the old A49, and that starts on the 13th of August 2018. I'll show you the paragraph that I say that. If you look at paragraph 3.3, you'll get the date. And you'll see that that is a 9-page statement which you signed on the 6th of September 2018. Would you confirm that, please?
Which was signed on there?
6th of September 2018 on page 9 of 9.
That's correct, Your Worship.
The next statement, it's numbered 4, but it's actually your third. So I agree with you, but if we can just stick to the numbering. Covered the period from the 18th of August to the 24th of August. I'll show you. You'll see it. It's an 8-page statement. It starts at paragraph 3 on the 18th of August 2018. 3.1 is the 19th of August. There's the docket. You didn't refer to it. Deal with it. I'll show you. It has a 5. It was A51, and it has a 5 at the top. It's 9 pages. Do you have it?
Signed also.
It's signed also on the 6th of September 2018 with the same commissioner. Do you agree with me?
That's correct, Your Worship.
Right. Then the next statement that you have is marked 6. It is a 5-page statement. It deals with, and I'll give you see paragraph 3, the 7th of November 2018, and you took the oath on the statement on the 8th of November 2018. It's marked 6.
That's correct, Your Worship.
Then there's another statement that has the same dates. It's A54. It doesn't have a number at the top right-hand corner other than the handwritten A54. It's a 5-page statement, and you'll see if we go to paragraph 3 as usual, it deals with the date 7 November 2018, and you take an oath on it on the 8th of November 2018. So it's the same date as the previous one. You have it?
Your Worship, I don't have that one.
I can hand you a copy if you like.
I would appreciate that.
A54. One moment. Does your worship have it?
But next to it, the lab number, which is in brackets possibly, then it will be easier for me to trace.
They all have the same lab number, your worship.
No, you'll see next to it is an 8 in brackets or a 3 or a 4.
No,
nothing.
No number in the brackets. That's why I say this one fits in time, but they didn't have a number 7, your worship. That's why I say this is the one that fits in time. We just confirm that.
Just double check.
Your Worship, the statement that I have just received
Yes.
is the same.
Oh, as what you said counts 2 and 7, the combined one.
No.
I don't have a A54, but let me hear from the witness.
It's the same as number 6, Your Worship. The copy that has just been handed over to me is the same as number 6.
You're correct.
Okay, so lab 282270/18 bracket 6.
That's correct, Your Worship.
Right.
The one handwritten.
So then you're correct in what you said. There was no 7. The next one is number 8. Number 8 covers the period 5 to 8 April 2019. You see this? In paragraph 3, it says 5 April 2019. In paragraph 8.1, it says 8 April 2019. And then it is signed by you, and the oath is taken the 8th of April 2019.
That's correct, Your Worship.
Then the next one is the one that's marked 9. In brackets, it was old A133. It covers the period 13 December 2019. You'll see that in paragraph 3. And then you'll see 20 January 2020 in paragraph 4. And then you took an oath and signed this on the 28th of January 2020. Did you?
That's correct, Your Worship.
And then the last one that we have is marked 10 in brackets. It's the handwriting A134. It's a 4-page statement. And it deals with, you'll see in paragraph 3, 8 June 2020. And you take an oath on this on the 15th of June 2020. Is that correct?
That's correct, Your Worship.
So, over and above that, we have your court chart,
That's correct, Your Worship.
Now, when a protocol applies to a forensic laboratory, that protocol would apply from the lowest ranking officer all the way through to the highest ranking officer. Do you agree with me?
I don't understand exactly.
I'll explain to you. So if we have standard order procedures where things need to be sealed in forensic bags and the chain of custody must be kept intact, every person that works there must observe that protocol. Do you agree with me?
That's correct, Your Worship.
And whether you're the lowest ranking brand new constable to the highest ranking brigadier, you still have to abide by those standard orders of the protocol. Do you agree with me?
That's correct, Your Worship.
Put differently, despite being the chief forensic analyst, you are bound by that protocol. Do you agree?
That's correct, Your Worship.
Now, in order to keep, or in order to retain the integrity of exhibits that are going to be used in court, one has to ensure that the chain of custody is intact. Do you agree with me?
That's correct, Your Worship.
That's why you utilize sealed forensic laboratory bags to store your exhibits. Do you agree with me?
That's correct, Your Worship.
And you would find to keep the chain of custody intact, once an exhibit is received, it's put into an exhibit bag, and then the chain of custody retains the old exhibit bag references, even the bags, all the way through to the day that it's brought to court. Do you agree with me?
Can you repeat that question?
I will even rephrase it. To keep the chain of custody intact, there must be a record of the old and the new bags when access is had to exhibits. Do you agree with me?
That's correct, Your Worship.
And also to in your own affidavits, you store the old bag in the new bag with the item, or you keep you normally store it in the bag. Do you agree with me?
I store
the old bag in the new bag. Do you agree? So if I take a rifle, I open the bag, I take the rifle out, I do my tests, I'm now finished, but I take the old forensic laboratory bag and the rifle and I put them into the new bag so that the chain remains intact. Do you agree?
That is a standard practice by the detectives and the CR and CSM, Your Worship.
Thank you. Right. Now, if we turn to this case, you knew from the media hype that this was a high-profile matter. Do you agree with me?
That's correct, Your Worship.
And it was allocated to you because of your expertise and the position that you held as the chief forensic analyst. Do you agree?
No, not necessarily, Your Worship. It was allocated to me because of expertise. When the case first arrived at the laboratory, I was completely unaware what the case had entailed. I was just informed that there is a member from LCRC who is bringing an agent exhibit to be examined. Then my task was to either find an analyst who would do this, but unfortunately, the member who was bringing the exhibit was late. Therefore, it became my duty that I am the one who stays behind to accept this exhibit and to do the examination. So that is how it first, and then it is our standard practice that once you start an examination of a particular case, all the entries that come thereafter must be examined. It is most preferable that the same person who started it must continue with it.
In this instance, the court has heard that Ms. Ntombi Fukile Makomo found a cartridge on Monday, the 30th of July 2018. It was handed over and sealed into the first bag that it got was PA 600-179-6106. It was then given to Warrant Officer Becker.
Yes, that's correct, Your Worship. I received it in that particular bag, PA 600-232-1818.
You received it, you say there on the 3rd of August 2018. Do you confirm that?
That's correct, Your Worship.
If you look at that statement, you then, and I'll give you the reference, examined it, and then you placed it into a different exhibit bag on the 6th of August 2018, being PA 6000-601-582K. You'll find that in paragraph 7.1.
That's correct, Your Worship.
When you did that, did you retain the old forensic bag in the new bag? Did you seal the two together?
No, Your Worship. In our standard practice, we retain the old bag in our docket, the one that the exhibit came in, not put it in the new bag. Remember, the new bag might go back to the investigating officer, and now we lose that bag. So we retain it in our docket. It is in my docket.
Now, once you put it in the new bag, you sealed that bag. Is that correct?
That's correct, Your Worship.
Okay. And that seal is an unbreakable seal. One cannot tamper with that seal. Do you agree with me? It's tamper-proof.
It is perceived by the manufacturer as unbreakable. I am not sure, I have never tested if you can break without it being noticed, Your Worship.
But the purpose of sealing it would be to ensure that nobody tampers with the evidence that's inside that forensic bag. Do you agree with me?
That's correct, Your Worship.
Now, you kept a record, you'll see in paragraph 7.1, you said there, on 2018-08-06, the exhibit mentioned in 3.1 marked 282270-18A1 was sealed in an evidence bag with number PA 6000-601-582K and filed in case file with lab 282270-18. Do you confirm that?
That's correct, Your Worship.
You'll then see, so if you turn now to what's referred to for some strange reason as your statements 2 and 3, the old A49 in the docket, that on the 13th of August 2018, I'll give you the paragraph reference.
Yes, I'm with you.
It's paragraph double 3. 3.3, you say there, on 2018-08-13, during the performance of my official duties, I handed over the exhibits mentioned in paragraph 3.2 to Warrant Officer Leier of FSL EC case reception for registration. The exhibits were registered in my presence on FSL admin system and PCM system. I received them back from Warrant Officer Leier upon completion of the registration process. Do you agree?
That's correct, Your Worship.
And you'll see in that same affidavit, even though I'm straying from where I'm going, that you explain in paragraph 3 all the different evidence bags that were used for the rifles. Is that correct?
That's correct, Your Worship.
So in 3, you say that you received them in
Your Worship, may I make a quick clarification on this one, paragraph 3. The rifles, I received them sealed in those bags from a Colonel Swartboy of Mtanzane, and then I made an arrangement while the rifles were kept in under my lock and key with Warrant Officer Becker, who came and I handed them, all of them, those sealed bags, to him for fingerprinting purposes, and then he is the one who resealed them on these other particular bags.
I had strayed, but the point is, you made a note of those which were sealed and those which were not sealed. You'll see it throughout paragraph 4, all the sub-paragraphs, where you explain in detail that you opened the sealed bag, and certain of them were sealed again. Do you agree with me? And you give the new evidence bags. Do you agree?
Yes, Your Worship. As I mentioned earlier, it is a common practice by the detectives and LCRC to put the opened bag inside the new bag when they receive. So these opened bags are the ones, the original ones that I had received and handed over to Warrant Officer Becker. And when he resealed them, the firearms, after doing the fingerprinting, then he put also the bag that he had opened, the firearm, inside its new seal bag. Hence, I also mentioned them.
Now, we've said, you'll see in paragraph 5 of A49, which is the statement 2 and 3, you say there, on the 2018-08-13, during the performance of my official duties, I received in the case file with lab 28227-0/18 an intact sealed evidence bag with number PA 600601 582K. I opened the bag and found the following exhibit: 1223 Remington caliber fired cartridge case marked 28227-0/18A1. So you see, you recorded the number of the bag that you had received.
I did not hear the last part.
You recorded the number of the forensic bag in which you had received this cartridge. Do you agree with me?
Now, Your Worship, this particular bag, if you recall in the very first statement, after examination of that cartridge case, I sealed it in this particular bag, and I filed it in the case file. And now it was this same bag that I was opening this time.
Yes, that's what I'm saying. It's consistent with the previous statement. You have the number there, PA 600601-582K, which ties in with your previous statement, so one can say it is still intact because you had it in a sealed bag the numbers recorded, you open the sealed bag, the numbers correlate 100%. Do you agree with me?
That's correct, Your Worship.
Now, if you turn, let's just see one thing. I beg your pardon. Once you had opened it, as per this statement, did you reseal it?
Yes, Your Worship. Paragraph 13.4, on the 24th of the 8th month, the exhibits and tests mentioned in paragraph 5.1 and 9.2 marked there that cartridge case appears 282270 of 18A1 amongst those tests.
Thank you. And you can count if you like. Colonel, in fact, I would suggest that you do. As per your paragraph 13.4, you took that cartridge and 32 other items and sealed them in bag PA 6601 5680. Do you agree with me? Please feel free to count. It's going to be very crucial.
It's 45 in total. Your Worship.
So you took 45 items and you sealed them in PA 6601 5680. And it's important because now you've taken that cartridge, you've put it with another 44 cartridges, you've sealed it. You agree with me?
I've sealed with all of them.
100%. Now if we turn to your next, and the dates are important, just that you don't confuse one another, Colonel. You sealed that bag, you'll see it in that paragraph, on the 24th of August 2018. Do you agree with me?
That's correct, Your Worship.
I want to refer you to your next statement. You'll see, I'll give you the exact paragraph. Paragraph 5. You say here, the worship of your points A50, it's number 4 in brackets. Paragraph 5. You say on the 20th of August 2018, during the performance of my official duties, I received in the case file with lab 28227018 an evidence bag with PA 6601 5680. Now that's just not possible, because you've sealed the bag as per your own statement, and I told you that the date was important on the 24th. And here you're already receiving it on the 20th.
Can I clarify something, Your Worship? If you read that paragraph closely, it says, I received an evidence bag, not a sealed evidence bag. Because, Your Worship, while I was busy working, doing the case, further exhibits arrived. Therefore, I had not yet sealed the evidence bag on the 20th. What's the purpose of that?
What's the purpose of having evidence bags with evidence inside them but not sealing them.
Your Worship, the case was still active. I was still working on the case when the other exhibits arrived. Therefore, there was no need for me to seal off that bag because I was still working on it. It was still active at the time.
But you couldn't have, sir, because on your own version, the bag, the round was in PA 60060158 on the 13th of August 2018. You hadn't used this bag as yet. If you look at your own statement, the dates don't tie in.
Which statement?
Your previous statement, sir. If you look at your previous statement, you said there, and I'll give you the dates. On 13 August 2018, you received PA 60060158 and then you say on the 24th of August 2018, you sealed those items in PA 6006015680. So when did you decide to start using this PA 6006015680?
And Your Worship, if you look at statement number 4, the next one. On the 20th, I received this evidence back. So, which means on the 24th, when I sealed the evidence back, which is after the 20th, the case was still active. So I sealed the evidence back finally on the 24th. On the 20th, I was still working on the exhibits in that evidence bag, which was not sealed, but it was kept in my docket under my lock and key.
That cannot be the case. So look at your own paragraph 5. You say there, I opened the bag and found the following exhibit. So you're trying to create the impression that in your laboratory, you're allowed to have bags that you open that were never sealed, whilst other people have a protocol that they have to have sealed bags with everything inside to keep the chain intact.
Your Worship, the bag was always kept closed with staples at the time, not sealed.
Why don't you record that anyway? Because your whole chain is gone. Show me where you said, I stapled it closed because the case was still pending. I was going to utilize it later and seal it later.
Your Worship, it was because since I was like, the exhibits, further exhibits had arrived while I was busy working on the actual case. Your Worship, I want to clarify something. When we open the seal bags, the standard procedure is open it at the bottom. Now, you cannot put back those exhibits. Therefore, immediately, once you open them, you need to find another bag to keep those exhibits until such time you have to seal them. So it was that case in this case.
So is it your evidence that until that day, you stapled it closed, at a later stage you're going to seal it because you're getting more exhibits? Because that's how I understand your answer. I want to make sure I understand correctly.
Your Worship, if you look at my statement, I started using the bag on the 20th, not on the 24th. The 24th, now this bag is sealed.
Your paragraph 5 says, I received the bag, I opened the bag.
I opened the staples.
It doesn't say staples.
But the paragraph, Your Worship, all the other paragraphs where the evidence bag was sealed, they are specific. A sealed evidence bag. But this one is clear, just an evidence bag.
And you stand by that. So when you clearly state that you sealed it was sealed, and you don't clearly state that it's not sealed, is that your evidence? I'll repeat it. When you clearly state that it was sealed, then it was sealed properly. When you don't say that you sealed, it was left open. Is that your evidence?
It is
Right.
put together
I beg your pardon, is put together
with staples.
I'm going to show you that that is even inaccurate. Do you accept the challenge? Let's carry on, sir. Right. So now you'll see, and I'm going to give you the references. You say in this statement that you sealed this very same bag, PA 6006015680, on the 24th of August 2018. Can I show it to you? It's in paragraph 12.4. So now there can be no doubt. Okay, so whereas before you had a process where you staple the bags closed, you can open it and do what you like. 12.4, you stay here under oath. On 2018-08-24, the exhibits and tests mentioned in 5.1, 5.2, 5.4, and 7.2 marked as per paragraphs 5.1, 5.2, and 7.2 were sealed. You see there? Sealed in an evidence bag with number PA 6006015680 and filed in case file with lab 282270.8/18. You confirm that? Colonel,
It's which paragraph?
12.4. It says at the bottom, page 7 of 8. You see there, the word that you use when you testify and when you did your statement says sealed in an evidence bag. Do you agree with me?
Yes, Your Worship.
So am I correct? On that occasion, you didn't staple the bag closed. You officially sealed it. You accept that?
Yes, Your Worship.
Please, sir. And before we even move over, you've confirmed, and you can look at paragraph 5. There were 45 items in this bag that were sealed. You've got your cartridge. Then in 5.2, you've got 18 more items. In 5.3, you've got another 6 items. And in 5.4, you've got 20, which comes to 45. Do you agree with me?
In 5.5,
paragraph 5, 5.1 through to 5.4 explains what you found in the bag, and you had 45 items. Do you agree with me?
I can count. 1, 2, 45.
And then if you go to paragraph 7.2, you added another 14 items. Do you agree with me?
Paragraph 7?
7.2.
Your Worship, paragraph 7.2 depicts the tests that I fired using the firearms that I had received.
No. I apologize, Colonel. I want to be rude. If you read your paragraph 12.4, you say that you sealed in this evidence bag the items in 5.1 to 5.4. We counted those, they're 45. And the items mentioned in 7.2, not tests.
You mentioned 7.2.
Yes.
If you had mentioned 12.4, yes, I would accept. It's correct.
I've taken you through it, sir. So you now have 45 plus 14 equals 59 rounds. Do you agree with me? That you've sealed, because we take everything in 5.1, 5.2, 5.3, 5.4, and 7.2, and then you put them into this bag. So it's 45 plus 14 equals 59 items. Do you agree with me?
Yes, Your Worship.
So before we turn off the statement, we've got agreement on 24 August 2018, PA 6006015680 was sealed with 59 items. You agree with me?
Examination and thought at all. I've noted precisely what was said in paragraph 5, 5.1 up to 5.4, but please can you refer me to the appropriate paragraph where it says the items in paragraph 7.2 form part of those exhibits.
12.4.
12.
And that's difficult, Worship, and you've seen it the first time. We've done this.
Yes,
No,
it's the
that's why
first time,
prefer
so
to
I
put it on
just
the
want
second.
to be sure.
12.4.
12.4. I see. Indeed, it states yes. Thank you. So
That's
it was put to the witness in total 59 items.
Thank you. We now turn to your next report, which is A51. A51, it's your item 5. So report 5. And now, let's see here, you say, in paragraph 6, on 29 August 2018, during the performance of my official duties, I received in the case file with lab 28227018 an intact sealed evidence bag with number PA 6000601560. Agreed.
That's correct, Your Worship.
I opened the bag and found the following exhibits. And there's a list of exhibits there, which I can assure you comes to 59 items.
Can you repeat the question?
There were a list of exhibits that comes to 59.
No, Your Worship. They don't come to 59.
I think maybe it's 6.1, 6.2, including 6.3 and 6.4.
Comes to 79.
Are you referring to what?
It comes to 79.
They come to 79.
So you sealed in the bag 59 and you open and find 79.
Yes, they are 79, Your Worship.
Can you explain it?
Your Worship, 5.1 of A4 to 5.4 Your Worship, if we can recount on A4, I believe paragraph 7.2, there are instances where there are more tests that were fired than the normal 2 tests. So I think we sort of miscalculated in paragraph 7.2.
To address with Advocate Matthews. Advocate Matthews, please may you have a word with Mr. Snyman. It's not the first time today. Since we commenced, laughter during the evidence of a witness, it's not appreciated. I would think that should there be any need, or it so happens that he testifies, the court is going to show the exact same respect to your client that I expect be shown to any witness.
Okay, too. No,
Yes.
that's
It is distracting and it's not appropriate. I think I've warned you, Mr. Snyman, by looking at you this morning already. No, through your advocate.
thank you. I told him in plain language.
Sorry?
I told him in plain language.
Thank you, Advocate Matthews. It's much appreciated. Sorry that your train of thought was now interrupted, Mr. Advocate Audet.
Colonel, how can we have bags that are stapled closed and it suits you, sealed when it suits you, numbers that vary, and then claim that this is an accurate?
The numbers that
They don't type.
there are certain firearms, Your Worship, where I had to discharge more than just 2 tests. Because, Your Worship, as I was doing the examination, it would happen that the tests versus the exhibit is so close that I needed to shoot more tests, most probably using a different brand of ammunition.
But you don't even explain that, sir. You won't find that in your statements. Certain were so close that I had to redo the test. There's no explanation. I'm telling you, on the papers as I read them, and I've been through them in great detail, I was unaware that you could staple and change, but that's besides the point. Nowhere do you say I had a problem with this particular firearm, so I had to fire it more than twice or more than once. Therefore, the rounds are going to change, or therefore, what we have here is scientific evidence that just doesn't add together. Do you agree with me?
No. Your Worship, when it's our standard practice that when you are doing an identification, especially when you've got a firearm present, and you can see some similarities or some differences, but you are not sure, you are allowed to continue firing further tests on that particular firearm.
I don't take
And
any,
we do
sorry.
not necessarily record that in our 212, but only in our dockets where I had fired extra tests.
So do you have a record of it in your laboratory file or docket?
I've got it in the report that there are, for example, test 247, 4 tests were fired. 245, 4 tests were fired instead of 2, as well as 249, 4 tests were fired.
We don't have that in the reports.
It's in the reports, in that paragraph 7.2.
But even if it's there, nowhere do you explain how 59 rounds sealed in a bag became 79.
They are 79. If you
Yes. No, they are. That's the problem.
No.
We're in agreement on one thing. 59 developed to 79.
No, I mean, Your Worship, the exhibits and tests that were sealed in seal bag ending with 5680.
Yes.
In total, they were 79.
Doesn't tie in with the previous statement. You know?
It is on the previous statement if you count for it yourself.
Let's go to another scientific examination that the courts do. Just want to touch on this. You'll see, sir, that you, I'm going to give you the exact reference so that there's no misunderstanding. In your report number 9, it's got a 9 afterwards, you in paragraph 3 explain On the 13th of December 2019, we were requested by the previous prosecutor, Advocate Smith, to conduct further tests to establish the ejection range and muzzle flash using the firearm with serial number CNSPA 249-14. It's in your paragraph 3, you see that?
That's correct, Your Worship.
Now we've watched the video. In that video, you don't, let's start off, you don't identify the date on the video. There's no date given on the video that we watched.
That's correct, Your Worship. On the video itself, I didn't identify. However, on my report, I did identify the date when the tests were conducted.
On the video, no time is given.
I beg your pardon.
On the video, no time is given.
The time of the day.
On the video that you watched in court.
Mr. Becker is saying it is now 10:16.
That's
the second video.
The second, are you referring to the first? Indeed, I am in agreement. The first one does not refer to time and date. Yes.
I'm talking about the one that dealt with the ejection range, the very first video.
Oh, with you?
On the video of the ejection range, there's no time given. Do you agree with me, sir?
No, Your Worship, there is no time that was mentioned on the video.
You don't even show the serial number of the firearm, you see.
It's not shown on the video, Your Worship. However, I did shout it out that I will be using the firearm with serial number so and so.
You could have been holding anything in your hand and shout that out, you agree?
I was holding that particular firearm, Your Worship.
You don't even tell us what ammunition you used.
Your Worship, we have standard PMP ammunition that we use. It's for all our test purposes. We go to another ammunition type of brand when there is a bit of a challenge regarding the markings. In terms of conducting a normal analysis, we've got a standard normal PMP brand.
You use the magazine, you use them.
Yes, Your Worship, I borrowed a magazine from our museum because the particular challenge required that I feed the firearm using a magazine. Therefore, I used the magazine that I could find will fit on that particular firearm and be able to load that firearm.
And the purpose of the test was to establish the ejection range, do you agree? That's
correct, Your Worship.
You didn't show us one cartridge landing anywhere on that video, do you agree? You didn't show us one cartridge landing anywhere on that video, do you agree?
Your Worship, I do not know what necessarily happened at the end of that video, because that is not the complete end of it, as far as I understand. The original video will, after the shooting, show the different cartridge cases as well as the measuring thereof.
That was the point of the exercise, do you agree? To measure how far and in what direction that rifle would eject those cartridges. Do you agree with me?
That's correct, Your Worship.
You never saw anything like that today.
I did not see it in that video, Your Worship.
I'm instructed that the normal way to measure that is to stand on a measured out surface so that one can determine and photograph where the cartridges land. Do you agree with me?
I did not get the question correctly.
I am instructed that the normal way in which to measure the ejection range is to stand on a ground that has been measured out, so you can film where the cartridges land.
The ground was measured out, Your Worship.
Your video didn't show any measurements, do you?
I believe, Your Worship, on the ground, I did point out where I would be standing on the video.
Your report doesn't even say how many shots were fired. Do you? How many shots were fired?
No, Your Worship.
Your report doesn't give photographs of the rounds that were fired. Do you agree?
No, Your Worship.
When you say no, you mean you agree with me?
I agree it doesn't have photographs.
So all you do is you give a final conclusion without any scientific justification. When you say in paragraph 8, after conducting the ejection range tests, I determined that the firearm mentioned in 4.1.1 ejected 5 cartridge cases to an average distance of 2.5 meters to the right and that average distance of 1.2 meters to the back of the shooter. How can you accept that as a scientific conclusion when you haven't given any indication of how you got there?
Your Worship, those were measured. I do have CDs with me where you can see even the tape measures.
But your report doesn't say. There were 12 shots fired. The furthest was 3 meters. The closest was 1 meter. I therefore took the mean of the distances and worked it out as follows. Do you agree with me?
That's correct, Your Worship.
And that's the trend of all your reports. Is you give the conclusion without explaining how you got there. Do you agree with me?
No, Your Worship. I do not agree with this one.
I'm sure you will get to that in greater detail tomorrow, but there is no, and the worship has the reports, there's no indication on how you get to your conclusions in your reports.
Your Worship, not all the reports will depict or show how the exact conclusion or the exact examination was performed. However, I have got working sheets in my docket in which every examination was documented.
Well, I'm going to request that you be given sight of those sheets in your docket overnight because you've had access to it as you testify, and we do not have them. Do you have any objection to us having sight of them or copying them to have access to them overnight?
Your Worship, I do have an objection because now I will be losing the custody of the case file, and thus, since the case is still going on, the chain of custody.
No. You've testified in excess of 4,000 cases. Is that correct?
That's correct, Your Worship. I did not testify in excess of 4,000 cases, Your Worship. I have examined in excess of 4,000.
You've been involved in more than 4,462 cases, to be precise, as per your reports. You agree with me? You've been involved in 4,462 cases.
That's correct, Your Worship.
Do you think it's fair that you give us conclusions, you sit with your workings, you refresh your memory in the box from those workings, but you don't want to show us how you got to those conclusions?
With this, he's not saying he's not willing to show. He's saying he doesn't want to let go of the custody of the file. Is that what you are saying, Colonel?
That's correct, Your
So
And then there was a misunderstanding. Thank you. Richard. I appreciate
he's saying his fear is, since it's in his custody and it's still active, he doesn't want it to go out of his sight, but not necessarily you not be provided. If I understand correctly, and I'm sorry for interrupting.
No, I appreciate it, Richard, because I misunderstood him. So you would be prepared to give us insight into it, make copies, but you don't want to let go of the originals. Is that correct?
That's correct, Your Worship. However, I have to make a call first.
Call to who?
To my bosses, because, Your Worship, there are standard operational procedures that we follow.
So please, you follow them sometimes. But let's just go back to one of your statements. So it's A50. It's your lab report number 4.
Notice that counsel is very sarcastic towards the witness. The remarks is just not on. Please, maybe we should just warn him in that regard.
Was warned.
I'll
request.
Accepted and acceded to.
Thank you, Advocate Oates.
Paragraph 5.
Which one?
Of your 4th report, A50. You say here, on 2018-08-20, during the performance of my official duties, I received in the case file with lab 282270-18 an evidence bag with number PA 60601568. I opened the bag and found the following exhibits. And you list 45 exhibits. Is that correct? Is that correct?
I'm just verifying, Your Worship. Yes.
So 8.
45. Yes, that's correct, Your Worship.
And then when you testified, you said that these were from the tests that I had fired. Is that correct?
These were from the tests that I fired from the previous.
Now, were those tests recorded on video?
No, Your Worship.
Why not?
Your Worship, it is not our standard practice to videoize each and every test of a firearm that we examine. We do not, Your Worship, we do not videoize them. We will videoize something only upon a request from either the investigating officer, the prosecutor, or if the case is before the defense already has access to the case before the defense, for the defense on request only, not as a standard practice, Your Worship.
Now, you didn't video them at that stage, as you've told this court, they were in a stapled bag. But the point that I want to make, Colonel, is you don't explain your findings, as I put you earlier. If you look now at paragraph 10.1, you say here, I'll start at 10. I examined the fired cartridge cases mentioned in 5.1 and 7.2 and compared the individual and class characteristics, markings transferred to them by firearm components during the firing process using a comparison microscope and found the cartridge case mentioned in 5.1 marked 28227018A1 was fired in the firearm mentioned in 414.1. And then say the conclusions arrived at were based on facts established by means of an examination and process which require a knowledge and skill in forensic ballistics. One won't know what tests you conducted from that. You agree with
I do not get the question, if there is a question, Your Worship.
I'll explain. Nowhere in this report do you explain what tests you conducted to come to that conclusion.
If you read correctly the paragraph, it says I examined the cartridge cases and compared individual class characteristics as well as and compared the individual and class characteristic markings transferred to them by firearm components during the firing process. And I used a comparison microscope to do that. Using a comparison microscope, and I found.
So what you're saying is you put, because I'm trying to understand from you, put those individual fired cartridge cases under a microscope and compared each and every one of them to one another. That's all.
In this case, Your Worship, since it was one exhibit cartridge case, it was put and compared to the tests that I fired using all 40 firearms which I had received in this particular case.
So but you don't explain here in what way you determined that conclusion. Because you don't say it has the following identical markings, or it has the following dents, grooves, or marks, or anything. Do you agree with me?
Yes, in the report itself, Your Worship. However, in my worksheet, it is explained the type of the marks that were used to identify, because it is not our standard procedure to mention that in the report, but in our worksheets.
So again, it's something that you would be able to explain to us with access to your worksheets. Is that correct?
Yes, Your Worship.
The other issue is you also testified about the interchangeability of the parts of the rifles. Do you agree with me?
Yes, Your Worship.
And you determined that the DSG rifle parts can be changed with the CNSPA rifle parts. Do you agree?
I agree, Your Worship.
That won't appear from your reports either. Do you agree?
No, Your Worship.
And you say no, is it that you agree?
I agree, Your Worship. It won't appear in my reports.
Similarly, you came to a conclusion that the breech block of the rifle was changed after the rifle had fired the shot, but before it had been submitted for testing, and that also will not appear in your reports. Do you agree with me?
It won't appear in my report, Your Worship.
The other issue that came out of the testimony was also that you only found similar markings on the neck. On the rest of the cartridge, you did not find similar marks. Do you agree with me?
That's correct, Your Worship. It's the neck chamber area, Your Worship.
Nowhere do you record in your reports that the other markings did not match. Do you agree?
No, Your Worship. But we did not report if I found these markings on the neck either in this report, Your Worship.
So even that's not in the report. Is that correct?
Yes, Your Worship, because it's in my working sheet.
I've put you up. Cannot think of a better case where your working sheet should be made available to us to enable us to prepare in this matter. In fact, I believe they should have been given before. When will you have not that we're bound by, but an answer as to whether we can have insight into your working sheets?
When?
Yes. If we adjourn now, can we make the phone call?
Yes, Your Worship, I can.
I should now request a short adjournment to enable the witness to make the case that we know where we stand overnight. Even though I do believe you're entitled to them because he's refreshed his memory, but I don't want to overstep protocol and cause any problems.
Just looking at the time.
Thank you.
Just so that I know, do I come back or will you call me? I won't know when you have a
Will you be
call
done
for
by
me.
1/2 past? Would you need longer? It's now
Will
almost
depend,
25
I'm
past.
sure.
I would be done by 1/2 past, Your Worship.
I'll come
I
back.
hopeful, because it depends on what he says on the other side.
So do you need an extra 5 minutes? Perhaps a bit longer, 10 minutes.
Not I see we are back on record. Advocates, you may proceed. I don't know the witness if you've had an opportunity now to contact the relevant person you need to speak to.
Yes, Your Worship. I called my commander, who in turn called the national head. Your Worship, we are a national component as the forensic science laboratory. The information that I was given by my commander is that I cannot let the docket out of sight under any circumstances. In such situations, a procedure is through application where the docket is where one needs to apply to the national head office to have access to the docket. And I was informed, however, that in my presence, the certain aspects of the docket can be perused.
Thank you. Your Worship, I would then ask if we have access to the docket. And at this stage, so you can prepare for tomorrow. And if we aren't given access to parts that we need, then I will approach the court, because the witness did refer to the document to refresh his memory. I'm going to look for conflict that doesn't exist. If we're given free access to that which we need, then I won't have a problem. I don't know what the terms or certain aspects of the docket means, but I don't want to create an unnecessary friction if it becomes not even worth the fault. I prefer to try and resolve it first.
Sorry, I left my eyes in my office, so I'm quite lost now to both sets of eyes. That certain parts of his file may be perused in his presence. So are we then at this point postponing the matter until tomorrow?
If you may, Your Worship.
Should
the witness can just give us access. So we can have a look at it.
Yeah, since the time, should we allow a little bit of time tomorrow morning as well?
We would appreciate that.
What time would you, the state and yourself, prefer to start?
I suggest 10 o'clock. I'm waiting for the result. There seems to be consensus on that.
We will also deal with the markings of exhibits, etc. tomorrow. For now, it's just before me, but it hasn't been marked.
Yes, it's properly before Worship. There's no objections.
Yes.
Just a case of numbering them accordingly.
Due to sight, I'll mark the tomorrow.
So I don't like getting involved in skills, just to record that the witness was stabbed in the bags and he put the staff back in his bag. I saw it with my mouth, he's pointed out to me.
Your Worship, since I was requested to supply the court with the actual cartridge case that has been discharged, don't have the seal bag here to seal it. But I don't want it to go loose, so I just put it back in the seal bag where it was originally sealed and just folded it. And then when I arrive at the lab, I will seal and make the necessary entries regarding the resealing.
So what you've done is just to close the actual cartridge, which is going to be an exhibit before court.
That's correct.
Accused 1 and 2. At this point in time, then, I'm sure for reasons that does not need any explanation, which we've heard, the matter is postponed until tomorrow, the 4th of March, for continuation of evidence. Although we will commence court proceedings at 10, you are still warned, I would think, for the time appropriate with your defense and the witness and Advocate Caesar to peruse whatever information you may disclose and provide to the defense.
Thank you.
Thank you.